Welcome to another stream. Yeah, speak English. The English very good. Uh, Let me just. Ah, fuck this. How we doing? Everything okay? I'm just preparing everything. Uh, nice. Okay. Let me clean all these. I don't need this. Nah, I just discovered this music and it's nice. Just a second. Oh, estou-me a ouvir. Okay. So, guys, as you can see, I changed to Rider. I should have done this sooner. I did some stuff in here while off, and yeah, Rider is great. I can compile from here. I can build. Everything works fine. I can see the type of variables from the functions. When I have the game running, I think I can check the variables. The Let me test. I think I can check the values of the variables when I'm inside the game. When the game is running, I mean. So to start off, we are going to finish the player movement is moving, but we still need to do some stuff. Yay, we can move. And because I'm using the character class for the player, it already has gravity applied. So yeah. Let me check if I can see the values. I think no. I Uh, I saw someone do this, and I don't remember how, but they were able to check the variable values. Oh, never mind. Okay, so the player the movement of the player is done. It's just this function. It's basically just this, and in the player character, I can let me show here because the player character is a blueprint, so I can change his values. Oh wait, let me check the RAM. It's not using. It's not using that. It's a bit, but it's alright. Okay, as you can see here, the player. I can modify the base walk speed, and then I have the multipliers for the sprint and when I'm crouching. When I'm sprinting, it's 2 times. For now, I didn't try because the sprint is not implemented for now. And also the crouch, it's 65% of the walk speed. So it will be like 1.3. It will be 13, the walk speed. We also need to implement the camera to be able to look. Uh, oh, okay. Bye. See ya. Okay. Let's add the camera. Let me check a tutorial. Oh, first let's an AI Studio and YouTube. Let me just see first. So Unreal Engine C++. I mean, it can be even with Blueprint, and then I convert it to C++. First person. Yeah. West Ghost has nice musics. Oh, I think I... My bad, let me see. Oh, yeah. I accidentally closed Spotify. Okay. I was just checking if it changes, but everything's fine. Okay. I mean, let's see this one. Is this a tutorial or just a showcase? Yeah.
Do you want to know how to use true first person in your video game? Oh well, you came to the right place. Let's go! By default, locate a third person character by going to third person, blueprints, and then you'll see BP underscore third person character. Select the camera boom and delete it. After deleting the camera boom, drag and drop follow camera into mesh. Then, you want to add the parent socket as the mesh head. After that, position it correctly wherever you want it. In this case, I'm going to position it onto the head. After positioning your camera, what you want to do is you want to enable use pawn control rotation. Then select BP third person character and then enable use controller rotation yaw.
Nope. Let's see.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today I'm gonna show you on how to switch between third person and first person literally in a very easy way. It's gonna be a very easy video to follow. It will take like 2 minutes, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing that we have to do is go and open our third person blueprint character, and basically what we're going to do is just go into the viewport. Okay, so of course normally what we have is just the camera boom, which is basically controlling where the camera will aim and the length, etc. And then we have
I mean, they are just using from the templates. I want to know how it actually works from scratch.
Now
Okay.
to actually get it set up, we will need two things, our first person character and our game mode. Game mode is this overarching class that will tell our world, this little level we created, which pawn, which character, or whatever you want to play with is it supposed to select when it's starting the game. So let's get to creating it. We can use Ctrl-Alt to bring our content drawer. Let's dock it in the layout and create here a new folder. So we're gonna make it a folder and call it core. Inside it we will need one more folder, and that's gonna be for our systems. And in here we can finally right click, get here a blueprint class and select a game mode. Let's call it a main game mode. To actually let the level know that it should use this game mode, we will need to add here a world setting. We can do it here in the Windows and set up a world setting. Here in the game mode override, let's just select a game main mode. Main game mode. There we go. And for our default pawn class, we of course don't have any pawn or core character yet. So we're gonna start by clicking on play and seeing that we have here this template card that just let us fly around, look at the level, but not much of a first-person movement. So that's what we will have to set up. Let's go back in our core folder, create another folder, and this will be for our characters. Inside it, we can finally create a new blueprint class. Just so you a little bit understand the hierarchy, actor is a class that can be put somewhere in the world. Android is a pawn, which is a sort of a class that can exist in the world and be possessed by the player. That means you, if you use your gamepad or mouse or whatnot, you can control it. And with a character, we get a bunch of defaults like character movement, gravity, and all these little things. So let's select exactly that. We got here a character, and let's call it our first person movement. Before anything else, make sure to save, so either Ctrl S or select save all and save selected. With this setup, we can open our first person movement, and what we will see here is some capsule, some arrow, mesh, which we don't need, we don't actually care about any mesh, and the promised character movement. We have here a bunch of settings that you can dive into and tune it. We'll touch on it a little bit later, but mainly you take your time and look at all these settings and you can adjust them to your liking. What we'll need to do is to make sure that our character gets spawned when we start the game. We can look right in here on default pawn mode and select it in here. So we want to put here our first person movement. Now if we click on play, we get our character and we cannot move anymore, we can look around, nothing like that because we haven't set it up. So let's close the preview and get into setting it up. The second time you open your blueprint, for whatever reason, it shows you just this setting. Ignore that, open full blueprint editor, and this is where you want to actually be. So now when we open our blueprint, we have here three somewhat important things. We have here a viewport, construction script, and event graph. Viewport is how your character looks like. Event graph is where most of your logic will happen. So that's where we need to be right now. We will start by giving our character an option to look around. So for that, we of course first need some sort of input, and what better input than our mouse. So let's right click here, and we are gonna get here our mouse X and Y. These are our X's. Whenever you move your mouse, you either move it up, down, left, right. Then we have, so you can think about it as Y or X. I hope I didn't mix up the X's, but I don't believe I did. So we're gonna switch it to mouse X, Y, do the X's. I'm gonna clarify here one thing.
Wait, let me just I'm just changing one thing. So I tried to add a pop-up for the Spotify music, but if I have my other Brave window here on my second screen in full screen, then Spotify just freezes and doesn't update. So yeah, my bad. Let me just change this real fast. Okay, you're done.
Unreal since 5.0, 5.1, it's probably better to use enhanced input. I'm not gonna do it here because it's not particularly important, but when you are linked to text on the screen. Let's connect it in here. And we're gonna run into one quick thing. If I click on play here, my text is gonna be full of numbers. You can see it's changing, but it's kind of difficult to see what the hell is happening if it's filling my screen. So I'm gonna do here one quick thing and enable my key. This tells Unreal that the next debug message that will be printed should replace the previous one and not to add a new one on the screen. So let's call it mouse axis. Now I got just one number, and you can see that if I move my mouse, well, you can see me moving my mouse, but you will have to trust me, but you can see the number here changing. So when I'm moving it, it's adding or either X or Y. Perfect, so these numbers we basically want to add to a rotation of our controller. So let's add here a yaw and add here a pitch. These are functions existing in the pawn class, so you don't have to really worry about it. Just think about them as a function that come by.
I just want to see how he handles the rotation. I mean, I can try to check if I'm just going to see here player character, then speed over camera, calc camera. let's just
If
focus
you
on the
using
tutorial.
pawn or character.
We need to be productive and not waste any time. So yeah.
Now we of course want to
continue.
connect our x and y. And how we simply do that, because we have here just a vector that has some weird two numbers, we'll have to break it down, put here a break vector, and connect our x and y. Let's keep it in here. Alright. Compile it all, we can click on play. And now I can move left and right, up and down, and everything simply. And we'll y. And how we simply do that, because we have here just a vector that has some weird two numbers, we'll have to break it down, put here a break vector.
Add controller your inputs. Yeah. Oh, it's the same. Let me see. Okay. Okay, and that yaw function, add controller yaw input. Oh, so it basically and it needs the value, which yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have this. I can create a function to look. Oh, let me just see one thing. The movement input. Do I call here the in walking? Oh, okay, this is debugs. But what I'm actually doing. This is the init. Oh, this was just debug. I don't actually need this anymore. So yeah. This is the init. Yeah. I mean, if you look, it's really simple to work with this state machine. In here, I chain. There's where I change the states. I use the controller to call the functions to do everything. So let me just seeing if I add anything else, but okay. Player controller, game mode. Okay. So in here it's where I make all the changes. Where I add all the functions, and then I just call these functions when I need. it's really simple to use this. That's why I wanted to create this state machine. I mean, it took a while to implement, but everything's working now. So yeah, here I'm changing the state. If in the control the movement returns the movement direction. So here I'm checking if the movement direction is equal to the to vector 0. If it is, it means it should change to the state idle. That's just it. And here I apply the stuff that I want to implement in the walking state. So yeah. And then when I start implementing animations, here on start, I can put here to start the animation, to start making sounds and all that. So now the idle one is done, and now to change to the sprinting, I need to first I need to change this, because it's where I'm checking if I'm pressing the key to call the function sprint. Let me open once again my Godot project. Oh, I don't have Godot installed here because I formatted my PC. Let me open Steam. Here Godot. Yeah. Oh, and I might also want to download Blender. No, first Godot, then Blender. Because the thing is, to check if I'm sprinting, I will need first I will do probably like I did for the movement. It's not the best way to do it, but so this function is being called when when I'm moving. But if I stop moving, the movement input is just going to stay like that. And so I didn't had a way to find out if I stopped moving or no. So what I did, I created another function that is called when the player stop moving. So yeah, here I set the movement input back to 0. I mean, I actually don't need. No, I need to check if I need it. Just to verify if to change back to the idle state. If I didn't do that, then I wouldn't know if the player stopped moving. Nice. Let's launch Godot. Oh, let me. I forgot to open this. Import existing projects. Why is it appearing the Discord stuff? Oh my god. Yeah. Godot, and it's this one. No, it's this, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it is. So to check if the player is moving, this is here. Yeah, I just called this. Bush. This is not the most efficient. Let me ask AI Studio for an opinion. No, what? Chat. So I need your help with this. I'm making a game in Unreal Engine and I'm doing the player movement and with go dot I could just do this to check if let me get another example. This one. To check if the player was moving. But in here, in Unreal, I would need to implement two functions to do this. One that is called with it's F. How is it? No, not this. Is this one? E-trigger event. Okay. Oh, because it's event. Okay. With E trigger event. Triggered. Oh, it's triggered. And one with E trigger event completed to know to check if the player is moving, because I'm doing this with a state machine. I need to know when it stops. Can you give me any advice? Yeah. Eternal event-driven input means you have to handle separate events for when input starts and stops. However, there are a few ways to achieve the same result as your Godot function, and the two functions method is actually the best practice for a state machine. Here's the advice broken down to the two main approaches. Instruction makes the two functions approach ideal as it directly maps the state transitions. The two functions are just different bindings to the same input action, but with triggered states. Yeah. Input mapping context. Yeah, that's how I have. But the thing is, I don't want to just have variables holding this, but maybe it would be the best way. Oh, for some reason now I can use the lower resolutions. I'm in Twitch. I can use the lower resolutions, but I can't use 180p for some reason. I need to check that later. Mm. Finance input action value binding. If you really want a single function to check the current input value every frame, you can use bind action value with the enhanced input system. It gives you a continuous value. You can pull in your tick function, which is closer to how Godot's input get factor works. So if it's always running, it's not ideal. Mm. Nah, I'll keep how I have. So I have this is for the movement, and then this is to look, can be just, now this, I will always need two functions for each. Hmm. I mean, let me see the options again. I'm going to none, triggered to none, continuous trigger, change occurrence. I'm going just continues. started, none to ongoing, or none to triggered. Then triggered, none to triggered, ongoing to triggered, then triggered to triggered. Oh, that's how it goes to trigger. What I don't understand the ongoing. Can you explain the event triggers? A part of understanding the enhanced input system, the trigger event and num defines the various moments in an input's life cycle when the bound function will be called. The core is trigger event explain. Okay. A trigger event okay, started first once fires once on the frame the input condition is first met. The moment the key is pressed. Transitioning from idle to jump. Yeah, okay, yeah, parsing all press actions. Yeah, and these ones are the best. The ongoing and cancel fires every tick like triggered, but only after an initial delay defined by the hold or tap trigger conditions. For actions that need a short initial charge time, like a charged attack. I didn't really got that. For actions that need a short initial charge time. Let me just open a quick tutorial. Unreal
Character or whatever you wanna play with is
Unreal Engine enhanced, I can't write, enhanced input trigger event. Just a quick one.
Whether you want to use some features of the new enhanced input system with Unreal Engine 5.1 or are forced to upgrade since input and access mappings are not deprecated, this video will give you an overview of how to use it and what it's good for. When you make a new project in Unreal Engine 5.1, the enhanced input system will be enabled by default. To confirm this, go to Project Settings, Input. In the place where we used to set our input bindings in older versions, you can see the warning saying that input and access mappings are not deprecated. Below in the default classes, you can see that the default player input class and the default input component class are set to enhanced input. When we use a template such as the third-person character template, it already comes with an input mapping context and input actions we can look at for reference. But you can also create these from scratch. The assets are located under third person and input. The input actions basically correspond to the access mappings and action mappings of the legacy system. When we open up IA_jump, we can see that there are a few things here which we can configure. The most important one, however, is value type. Since jump is triggered by a regular key or button press, it can either be pressed or not pressed, and there are only these two possibilities. So in this case, the value type is a boolean. If you have an analog input like the analog stick of a controller, it'll be vector 2D, since it can have a value between -1 and 1 on the x and y axis. In the input mapping context, you can then see how these input actions are registered here to make them available in the game. And like the old system, we can then set which buttons will actually trigger the action. You can also open up the details view to show more options, such as triggers, modifiers, and if it's player mappable or not. In the third-person character blueprint, we can then see how these input actions and the context mappings are used. On begin play, we can see how the mapping context is added and made available to this blueprint. And we can also see the different input actions for look, move, and jump. This part is pretty similar to the old system, however, move and jump. This part is pretty similar to the old system, however it gives us a lot more options and flexibility. The jump function, for example, is called on triggered, and stop jump is now called on completed. Started, ongoing, and cancelled come into play when we use different triggers on our input actions.
Yeah, they also do it like this.
Let's create a new input action that we'll use to launch the character high in the air depending on how long the button was held. Go to the folder with the input actions and right click. Under input you can create a new input action. We don't really need to change anything here. Now add the IA_launch to the mapping context. I'll use left control as the input button. Open up the details and add the release trigger. In the character blueprint, we can then just search for IA_launch to get the event for a newly created action. To see how it works, we can first connect the print string to triggered and start. When I start pressing the button, you can see that start is printed. When I let go, it'll print triggered. This tells us that we want to use launch character on triggered. Split the struct pin on the launch velocity since we only want to affect the z value. The elapsed time will tell us how many seconds passed since we started holding the button, so we can use that together with a multiplier to set the launch velocity. This will make the character jump higher the longer the button is pressed, and is pretty much a simplified version of Baptiste's exo boots from Overwatch. You also get a value for elapsed time from the ongoing pin, so you could use this to...
Can I get that? Creating the function in C++. I found out that in in Blueprint using the input system, they can get the elapsed time. How can I use that in C++? First it is referring to the trigger time and the elapsed time pins on the blueprinting and input action nodes. input plus, you can access this information directly from the f input action value parameter that is passed into your bound function. But more importantly, you need to access the f input action instance associated with the trigger. You need to change your bound functions. Wait. You need to change your bound function signature to receive a const f input action instance. So is saying, oh, this was triggered. So you're saying, no, can I just cleaner ways to use a lambda rep to call? Hey Anna. My apologies, they were completely. You use dictates with information you receive. Need to bind to a function that accepts. Oh, so I just change the full instance data. Let me give him what I have now. Now I have this. The good news is that you do not need to change. Oh, yeah. Because this doesn't these are the functions called. Current function signature. A machine to get timing data, elapsed time, trigger time. You must change the parent type from cast struct f input action value to construct input action instance. But with the instance, would I be able to... I mean, let me see. Instead of f input action value, let me try using f input action instance. Let me comment this. And now let me see with value dot. I can get elapsed time, get likes, get last triggered world time, get modifiers, get source action, get trigger time, get trigger events, get triggers, get value. I can still get the value. Static struct. Move. What? Oh, this I think that's the constructor. Wait. No. Well. But using trigger events, can't I found a way to use just one function that is called when it starts, when it's triggered, and sends last trigger when it ends. So I will have just one function. But for set position. Yeah. You will include single function for multiple triggers method. Rename the signature of the function. Wait. Can, like, in here, can I bind to the same function? I can. I can. Ooh, that's nice. So now I need to see I need to add a new argument for the function, just to say if it's running, if it's pressing the action, or if it was the last trigger. Ooh. Rename and resignature the function. You'll create one single function, let's call add null movement state, that will receive the full f-input action instance near header. Okay. Update the bindings, only change to your setup. Yeah, and I then add to the same function it will change your binding code to the point it triggered and completed and often started to this new single function. You could also bind started here if you needed specific logic the moment the key is pressed. Okay, I can. Init input component, bind action. Okay. Implementation using it trigger. Inside your single function, you use instant.getTrigger event to determine which event just fired and execute the corresponding logic. Okay. Trigger time. Okay. So I can use the getTrigger event. That's nice. Okay, but no. Okay. Is I can just leave it like this. And now I was thinking, if I could just use for the start, if I could use started or just triggered. But my thought is, while I'm moving, I can let me show. I can why is it lagging so much? Hey yo, is it because I have Godot opened? It's doing something. Was it because of Godot? Damn. Hey yo. And I start FPS. Oh yeah, because I formatted the PC, I need to, yeah. I forgot about this. As you can see, I'm moving in different directions without stop moving. Otherwise it would be like this. But no, I can move in different directions without ever stop pressing. but for the sprint, it's just two values, when it starts and when it ends. So I don't need to trigger every time. I can just trigger when it starts and when it ends. Completed. And now I can do the same for crouch. And for interact, I'm going to because with triggered, it's always running. And with started, it just triggers when it starts. But for interact, I might want to because if I want to implement like interactions that I need to press to hold and not just press. I mean, I think I can just use started, because I need to see if I'm interacting or no. It's a boolean. So yeah, completed. So now I don't need this function that I have. And now it's going to be a little different, because I don't just want the another thing, with Rider I can see the sizes. So the f input action value, it's 32. I assume it's byte. Let me ask. With Rider, it shows this the additional information in size. Is it bytes or bits? The answer is yes when Rider and similar displays the size of string in bytes. Since is often the result of adding up the individual sizes of member variables and adding extra space padding to ensure the certain meets its alignment requirements. Alignment 8. This means the structure is required to be placed in memory at the address that is a multiple of 8 bytes. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, okay. That's nice. So input action value is 32 bytes and the instance is 96. So it's triple the size. But I won't need. Does it says the size of? No, it doesn't says the size of functions. I mean, I need to change here. And I'm also going to change the name because it doesn't make sense being valid. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, this function is not here anymore. Okay, so now let me take this out. And now we are going to need some variables. So I need to see what's the trigger for the movement. So I'm going to need this for every functions besides the look, because the look is not involved in the state machine. So it will be like it's a trigger event, the type. I mean, let me see. Instance dot get triggered event is a triggered event. Yeah. A trigger event. Get trigger event. Oh yeah, and I need the include. Oh yeah, my bad. Uh, uh, trigger. Trigger type. It's not saying anything about the includes. Oh? What is this? Why is it red? The breakpoint will not currently be it. No exit pull code is associated with this line. What? Wait, what is this? Rapid jump. What? Crazy. Oh, okay, I already had this. Okay. I have the trigger event and I will need the movement input. But now instead of being this, it's the instance. It might be different. Get, oh, it's get value. Get value returns what? Oh, it returns the F input action value. Oh. And now I need to do here get. Or maybe it's a pointer. Oh. Yeah. I get and here I need to specify the type, which is the type, which is a f vector 2D. Okay. Let me see what the f input action value can use. It has a get magnitude. Let me test this right now. That value type is non-zero. Reset to string. Oh, let me in here. Let me keep this. Now in here, let me test. Okay, UE log temp warning. Okay, and now let's make instance dot get value, and now dot to string. This. Okay. Let's test this. Da, 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 da. Error. Unexpected end of file found. Where? 71. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm just thinking how I can implement, for example, the crouch without the need of creating a variable. A boolean variable. What's happening? Failed to parse. I have an error in the. Oh god damn. Default CPP player movement controller internal. Oh, what? What? I have no idea. An error in here. Is it because I'm doing anything badly? In here? Trigger type is not available. Oh. Is it a bad naming for the variable? It can be. When the trigger event completed, the event fires, which is I just wanted you to check the error that I'm getting. It's crashing and real. I see the issue now. We're trying to convert the input value into a string for logging. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, wait. I used this in the state machine. Let me check how it is. No, it's not on the state machine. It's in the state. Yeah. No. Yeah, it's here. It's here. No, but it's different. Okay. So to fix, can I just do this? Maybe. Wait, it's already. What the fuck? Oh, it broke again. What? Is it going to crash when I try to run? Man, this doesn't save. Let me try another thing. Running without debugging. Let's see if it's going to crash. No, it's fine. Let's see the output log. Let me oh, okay, so it just says this. Oh, it's basically, yeah. I forgot about this. It's basically what it's doing. In here.
Fill up a progress bar holding the button, so we can use that together with the multiplier.
Okay. Let me just close it normally, just to see if it sticks with the configuration for the quality. Okay, I can leave this, and now I can do like, yeah, I can movement input equals trigger type. If trigger type I mean, where is it? Here. So it can start with trigger, and it can start with start, but it always ends with completed. So what I might do here is if trigger type e doesn't equal to a trigger type I want it completed. Can I no what? Oh wait. Type? Damn. You invert a trigger that will block all other triggers. Never mind. If it doesn't equal to completed, so it finished, it will be instance dot get value, and I'm going to get f vector actor to the huh? Oh, I did control. Oh, I did something. Okay. Dot. No. Zero vector. Now this is much more efficient. Local variable trigger type can be made const. Yeah, it can be. Okay, so it's going to look like this. Just a second. Okay, I'm back, guys. So now for here it's okay because I need this. But for example, for sprint, I would need to set a variable. I mean, it's alright. The thing is that I'm going to have a lot of variables in here. And I didn't want that, but if I need, mm, I can do one of two things, which is leaving the variable in here in private. Like in here, instead, can I access to the variable to movements? No, I can't. Because I'm thinking in some stuff. Do I make the variable public? So then the states could access it, or do I make it private? Do I make it private and create a function to get that variable? I mean, it's not great accessing functions directly. Functions, no, values directly in here. Wait. Because if I want to reuse this, for example, if I want to use this state for let's say for an AI, an artificial intelligence, or an enemy, I could just, this controller is always going to be the same. I mean, let's just use let's just make the variable. I mean, here I created a function Okay, I'm going to use functions and leave the variables private, because now it's not usable to for example reuse this. I mean, I can reuse, but instead of using this to get the movement direction, I would give another thing. But yeah. So we need a function to return a value. Movement controller. Get sprint. Is this a good name? Get sprint. No, like this. And now we need to. Oh. Okay, yeah, let's keep all the functions that are like get in here. And here we do bool. What is it? Bool. Okay. Get sprint. And what it does. Oh. No, it needs to return. It will return a variable called is sprinting. Let's put this at the start. And this can be just this, because they are not pointers. So and now is, oh wait, B is. It can be like this, because B it's for booleans. So I can create bool B sprinting. Okay. For example, in here I don't really need to know the state because it's going to display. Let me do again UE log log temp warning texts this instance instance.get filter, okay, get value dot toString. Let's run. Oh, in walking. Oh, my bad. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm pressing left shift. Yeah, true and then false. So in here I can just create these functions. They don't need to be with instance. They can be just with the value. For example, for the interact, I'm going to leave it with instance because I might want to know the time that it's being pressed. And maybe interact won't even be in the movement controller. It might be in another place. What? Oh, this function is not implemented. Oh, I think I created it, but I don't need. Let's already create the be crouching. Yeah, I have interacting here, but I might change it. So yeah, guys, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Okay, let's just finish this. Interact might not even be here because it's not related to the movement. So I need to take it from here and in the player controller. I'm just going to comment this. Because I'm going to use it elsewhere. Let me clear this out. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Oh, and I will also need bool get crouch. And let's implement it. Bool. Oh yeah, this can be just one line. Can't it? Bool UCPP player movement controller get crouch. Return big crouch. Crouching. Okay, I can let it like this. No, man. Let me SKS Studio. In Rider, when I type the brackets, they automatically goes like this. But I want the first one to stay close to the function, to stay the same time as the function name. How can I change this? I mean, it's just annoying. In the preference of the style you are describing is called Kiandora style or OTBS, one through brace style. The style header is forcing. It's called Allman style. Fuck Allman. Since you are working in Unreal Engine Pro, headers defaults to following the Unreal Engine coding standard, which mandates the Allman style for function body. So the brace is on a new line. To change this, you need to adjust Rider's code formatting settings to override the default Unreal Engine. And just first Windows line. It's Control R, comma. And what? C++ formatting. Editor code style. Tabs and events. Braces, layout. Brace layout. Function and space control statements. Nah, it's keys are, yeah. Keys are, yay. Keys are. Type declaration. It's also KSR. Oh yeah, like this. Here. Always KSR, key and R. Nah. Ugh. Hey yo, that's so bad. Nah. Yeah, I like this. Let's see if it stayed. Yes. Okay. So I can do this, but it needs to have brackets. Hey yo. Oh. Yay. Why this one? Huh? What this? But it's this what they are recommending. Is it this? No. What is it then? Member function can be made const. Also, this is the size of the function. 112 bytes. What about this one? Oh no, this is the class. The class is 112. It doesn't say. Okay. So let me change the sprint and crouch to be value. It did not change. Value. Value. And these will be value and value. So this will be different. No, I don't need this. I can say be sprinting equals value dot here is the same, be crouching, yeah. I'm going to leave it like this to be more readable. These ones can be like this. Can I do this? Return movement direction equals. Oh. You know what? It can stay like this, and now I'm just missing the look. Which I'm going to need another variable. Called f vector to the f vector to the mouse input. And I'm going to create another function called look. Look camera. And I don't need anything. In here I wait, I don't need this. Let me try one thing. UE log, and now log temp warning with instance dot get value dot to string. Void look camera. UCPP movement controller look camera. Okay, let's run. Okay. Let's see if I'm... Oh yeah, it's in the console. Oh, let me just use the mouse. Or... Yeah, it's supposed to. I start moving. I mean, this is... Wait. Wait, let me change the way that I'm doing this. Let me comment this. And movement input equals instance dot get value dot get f vector 2d. No, I mean, yeah. Okay, I'm pressing. I think it... Yeah, it sends the last one. With 0. Yeah, I don't need... I don't need it to be instance. It can be just value. Okay. can be just value. Or what? Oh. I mean, they are more readable like this. Let me see if it actually works. Yeah, it works just fine. Okay, now I need to... What is it? Mouse input. Mouse input. Because of that get vector 2D. And now inside look camera, I'll need the player controller character. How can I implement camera formation for for first person? No. Wait.
And connect our X and Y. Let's keep it in here. Alright. Compile it all. We can click on play. And now I can move left and right, up and down, and everything seems pretty cool. Luckily, same as with adding input, we have a option to add a movement input. That's a function coming from our pawn class and will basically push us in the direction we select. Deciding at what point, that means what is the trigger for this, is pretty straightforward. We want probably a key being...
I mean, the problem would be if I was doing a third person game. And now I need a float value so I can give the mouse input Okay. um, clamp. Clamp vector. To D. Uh, let's create a local variable called flow. Camera X float camera Y. Let's the yaw. It's the X to yaw. Okay. And player character. Yeah. And here I can clamp. No. No, it's not clamp that I want. It's how is it called? I don't remember in English. Oh, I forgot the word. Wasn't it clamp? How can I strict value between min and max values? I don't remember the word. It's clamping. Oh, it's from math. But it was here, can I use it? Dot X. I might need a header. include math. Include Unreal Engine. Math Unreal Math utility.h. Math Unreal Math utility.h. Now I can use clamp. Wait, can I do like F math clamp? Functions. Yo, what's up? Man, yesterday I needed to end the stream earlier because how was the test? The thing is that I didn't. I'm going to do the exam at the end of the semester. Yep. Because I was oh my god. I was so tired yesterday that uh that I just wake up late and I I didn't study enough, so I prefer doing it later, doing just the exam, than screwing up my how can I say it? The deadline for what? Oh, yeah. Oh, did you saw that they changed the deadline? Now instead of 4 a.m. it's until 12 p.m. I mean, it's something. Docs. It's a little time on. I mean, it's something. I'm fine with it. I don't. What? So why can't I use this function? Oh my god. 2 more months. Oh, yeah. Problems. Well, symbol clamp. It's not a symbol, it's a function. Do I need to use f math clamp? Damn. Okay. F math. Okay. And oh wait. Oh. I didn't stream yesterday because I formatted my PC. Because my PC had no memory. It was very slow. And yeah, now it's much better. What subcategory can I put? Uh, no. I'm going to leave it like okay. Maybe f vector. To the and x camera clamp x like this and f vector to the camera clamp y. And as you can see, I changed to rider. It's working just fine. Yo. Vector camera clamp x dot x dot y. And how's your game? Is it doing alright? Yo, Petra, what's up? Yo, and thank you for the follow. Damn. Oh, it's not doing the follow. Oh. Yeah, I formatted my PC and I still need to configure a lot of stuff back. But yeah. What's up? The character is moving and I'm finishing the camera stuff. I think this is finished. The move player is fine. Yeah, I think everything is done. Now I just need to configure the states. So in here. Oh, and I'm trying to set up menus and level transitions. Oh, nice. Are you also in the game jam? In the Epic Megajam? Time is running out. Ends Friday. I'm saying this, but I've been just I just have the player movement, nothing else. So uh, I need to finish this fast. I mean, it's something. Um, it's great, but could be more. Okay, as controller, look camera. And now to change between states as controller. Oh, after this one is printing. So if it's moving, I mean, I could create a function for this. Nah, never mind. Get movement. It's different from effector Z. I can do two stuffs. Oh wait, I can just create an else statement. Else so now it can sprint or crouch inside of this. So if as controller I can't write as controller not get sprint Wait, what? I need to disable this. Sprint, get sprint. It's going to return possible state, find key, sprinting. Yep. And if as controller get crouch return. Yeah, nice. So for walking it's done. It's basically this. Now let's go to idle. In idle we can look, so as controller look camera, and now we also need I mean, here in the walking I don't need this else, because if it's moving, if it's not moving, it's just going to return, so there's no need for this. And if none of this returns no. Okay. Now here in idle, if not sprint but crouch. Oh, I forgot about one thing. The crouch is not like sprint. Crouch is toggable. So I need to change this. I mean, for crouch, I don't need the completed, just the started. So let me go back to here. Because crouch is toggable, I don't need to know when it's ended pressing. So yeah, I'm just going to do the crouching equals the reverse of be crouching. Yeah. It returns here. Possible state, fine, crouch idle, exactly. So now we are done for the idle. Let's do sprinting. So in sprinting, we can go to idle or walking. Okay. First we need to check if it's moving. So if as controller get movement, it's equal to 0 vector, it's going to go back to idle, and if he just starts if he's not pressing the sprint, it's going to go back to walking. Man, get sprint. If it's not, it's going to not idle but walking. Now let me just in this change states, and here change values. So we need to look here, we can look. Oh, and actually here let me make this the first one. And now he can move. Move with the movement, the sprinting multiplier. Player character. Oh, it's as controller. Player character, and now sprint multiplier. Nice. And now for the crouch idle, change value, change state. So the crouch, if it's not moving, goes to idle. So if as controller get movement is equal to f factor 0, it's going to return to idle. And now wait, he can't go to sprinting. What the fuck? No, it can't goes to it cannot go to sprint because crouch idle is idle and is crouched, and it just can go to idle or crouching. In sprinting. Okay. No, wait. No. In crouch idle, if yeah, if I'm idle, wait, let me see the order that I can do. So if it's moving, it goes to crouching. And I had first the idle. I mean, it's controller. Get crouch. And if it's not crouching, it goes to idle. Okay, I think it might work. It's controller, look camera, and it's idle, so it's just this. Now in crouching, can do to crouch out, to crouch idle. Yeah. Let's do first the crouch idle. Wait. Okay. If as controller get movement, it's equal to f vector 0, it return to idle. But if I'm crouching, if I press crouch, if it's not crouching, then it goes to walking. And if I just press sprinting, if as controller get sprint, returns to sprinting. And now this as controller look, and as controller move with the crouch multiplayer. Okay, it's done. Now let me test it. First, is there any bugs? Everything should be alright. Yep. Let's see if it works. I'm afraid of the camera. I think it won't work, but let's see. Oh wait, let me just before this I need to see. Yeah, this camera. Why does it show here and here? Crazy. Okay, let's put it at max. Let's hope for the best. Hell no. Okay. It's switching between all the states. That shouldn't be happening. Let's see why it is. Okay, so it starts from here. If it's not the vector 0, it goes to walking. And if I'm crouching, it goes to crouch idle. So why is it changing between states? It should not. Oh, and the camera, is it working? No. Yeah, it's switching between idle and crouch idle. For some reason. Do I need to specify that it needs to be true? If I need it, it just sucks. Yeah, it's switching between, but it doesn't make any sense. Wait. Do I need to do this? Hmm. Ugh. Ah. Okay. It's because of this. Uh, this is not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be here. Oh my god. Oh, wait. I don't even need this value in here. I just need to switch between this. Oh my god. Should be working now. And let's start. Okay, nice. I can move. Did I forget to implement the sprinting? Sprinting. No. Sprint multiplayer. Supposed to be two. Wait. I need to debug all this. Log temp, warning, text, F. As controller, player character, and the sprint multiplier. And now let me also debug this one. Oh. Crouch multiplier. Let me cancel. Ah, no, close. Sprint multiplier and crouch multiplier. Okay. Just to be easy to understand in the console. Let's see. Can walk, can sprint, can't crouch. Hey, yo, what? If I'm walking and then I stop pressing control. Wait. Okay. Yo, what? Okay, I just discovered a bug. Nice. So if I'm walking and then I press control and then press toggle again the control, so I start walking, the movement direction it's not reset. Because I did not stop. I didn't stop walking. Okay, fuck. But wait. Oh yeah, now I can't walk because, well, crouch because it doesn't uh, appear in here. Wait. Okay. The sprint multiplayer is here? What? Why can't I just walk? Why does that happen? Is it because of this const? It might be. Let's try. I can walk, I can sprint, and I can crouch. I don't know why that happens. I can take this out now. Wait. Wait, is it because... Wait a second. Let me see. Every time I try to sprint. When did I try to sprint? Let me see if it is what I'm thinking. It has to be. Damn. Let me just start another one and try to sprint. Okay. Okay, let's see. I it doesn't say. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. No, wait, but this is in here. I don't know why it doesn't say this. Doesn't make any sense. So in idle and walking, everything is fine. Wait. Yeah. What's this? User-defined conversion. Ah, hell nah, man. Oh my god. Ah, guys, the function that makes the player move, it's move player, it's not move. Move is the function to detect movement. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sprinting, it's move player. Crouching, it's move player. And that's it. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. So it's supposed to work just fine now. It's got. Oh, I crashed. Oh no. Except access violation in 0. What's the address 0? Wait, let me debug instead of just run and trying to, and let's try to do the same thing that I did. I think that's fine. Last time the same thing happened. Okay, let's run and just crouch. Huh. Error. Huh? Uh, crouching. Uh, this happened when. What did I do? So with sprinting, everything's fine. But I don't see any changes in this. And if I crouch, oh, if I crouch and then stop moving, so I go to crouch shadow. Wait, let me real fast Yeah, I have this here. Okay. So it's when I go from crouching to crouch idle. And does this happen if I don't move? Let's see. If I just stay idle and press Ctrl to crouch. If it does, crouch idle and wait, what happened really? So I was idle, then I started moving, and then I went idle. No wait, if I move, then go idle, then crouch, and then if I'm idle, and if I try to move again, it crashes. What might be the reason? So it's when I go to crouch idle to crouching. So it's in here. When I go to crouching. But it crashes when I go from crouch idle to crouching and I moved before that. Wait. let me test another thing. So what happens if I move, then stop, then crouch and crouch again? So what if I walk, then stop, then crouch and crouch again? Everything's fine. The thing is, when I walk, then crouch, and then I didn't even press crouch again. Let me try once more. It's because of so if I'm walking and then press crouch, did nothing else? Yeah. It's when I walk and then crouch. And I'm pressing W to move and then crouch. That's when it crashes. Oh, I think I know what I need to do. It's here. I think I need to add. No, not here, in the controller. I need to have another trigger event, which is cancelled. I think that's the problem. It's because it's not finishing, it's terminated. This. I don't know, let's see. Okay, let's see if it's fine now. I'm going to walk and then crouch. Okay, it crashes after I stop walking. This makes no sense. If I walk and then crouch, and then leave, if I stop walking, it crashes. And what if I'm walking, I crouch and then crouch again while I'm walking? So if I walk, crouch and crouch again. Okay, the problem is when I stop. My bad, guys. So the problem is when I stop walking. What happens when I stop walking? Huh? Didn't crash now. Crouch. Stop. Oh, okay. Oh, one thing. Crouch idle. It's not. Wait, let me try another thing. What if I first crouch? First I crouch, then I walk. Now it was in crouching. Let me ask. Wait. Oh yeah, I need. Okay. Skip. Stop. Ah, come on. I'm getting an error between states. The most when I crouch. Let's first give the states that there is. And now this. To input and transition conditions is on your snippet, and the fact that the crash happens the most when I crash. The last issue combination of your transition logic and the order which you are checking the conditions. Regarding sprinting check inside crashing state. There is a sprinting check. The sprinting? Why? Wait. This is not supposed to be. Oh, that's also another thing. Yeah, this. Can take this out. I'm crouched and the factor is equal to 0. The movement is 0 vector. Wait. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. It's not idle, it's crouch idle. It's crouch idle. Not crouch. Not idle. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's see. Let's see now. Can walk, can sprint, and can crouch. But I can't move the camera still. Wait. Is it because I'm clamping this? Let me just comment this. And create the variables again. Equals mouse. Oh wait, yeah, that way I can just use mouse input dot x and mouse input dot y. I think it's because I'm clamping. But maybe no. No idea. No, I can still rotate the camera. I'm crouching, and then if I... I can't rotate the camera. This is supposed to work for the camera rotation, right? Wait.
Coming
Isn't
from
that
idea,
what?
right? We have to and basically want to add to a rotation of our controller. So let's add here. You can see one on the screen. So let's call it mouse axis. Now I got just one number, and you can see that if I move my mouse, well, you can see me moving my mouse, but you will have to trust me. Number not to fit here a command looking button. It's axis button. So we are here, and we are gonna get here our mouse X and Y. These are our axes. Whenever you move your mouse, you either move it up, down, left, right. Then we have you can think about it as Y or X. I hope I didn't mix up the axes, but I don't believe I did. So we're gonna switch it to mouse X Y to the axis. I'm gonna clarify here one thing. In Unreal since 5.0, 5.1, it's probably better to use enhanced input. I'm not gonna do it here because it's not particularly important, but when you are thinking about making a long
Those functions are supposed to use. What you're trying to do? The player, the camera rotation. It's just not working. Like, uh, the player character is the character of the player, and I'm trying to rotate, and it's not working. Uh, no idea why. Do I need to add a camera? I mean, it doesn't have one. It's, uh, input actions, yeah. I did. I'm almost sure. Yep. This. I mean, it's in the character controller. It's here. Let me try to add a camera to see if it's that. It might be. Uh, Wait. Let me save. I mean, it's going to be a first person, so I don't need a spring arm, I think. Yeah, do I really need a spring arm? This is supposed to be a first person. Okay. And it's supposed to be inside the capsule component, right? Okay, yeah. Uh, where is it? Oh, no. Wait, is it this? Target. Arm length. Oh, okay. Let's see. Nope. Still nothing. Yo, what's up, Terry? So the spring arm is basically to if the camera collides with something, it just what? Select the spring arm and search use pod control rotation. Use pod control rotation. Oh, do I set it to true? Compile and nothing. Doesn't it doesn't rotate. Do I need to set anything for the camera? Oh, okay. Let me close Discord then. Camera. Use point control rotation. Throw. Wait, the camera. Do I set it false for the camera? Your look code. Let me just see if it. No, nothing. Okay. Yeah. So here's what I get. I use it here. Player character is a reference for the character. It was supposed to work, right? Or do I need to set anything in the controller? The character, I mean. To look and it's this. Look. I'm getting a vector 2D. Wait, let me just see if I messed with the action. Look, it's a vector 2D. Should be fine. Yes. Yeah. But for some reason I'm negating it. And here I'm not. Yeah. I'm a newbie in Unreal Engine, so yeah, I never did this. And this guy used blueprints, so yeah. I really don't know. Wait, use controller pitch. Hmm. Nothing. Uh, Let me try to see an example of someone doing this, but in C++. C++.
A movement script, and at the end of the series you'll have a full actors.
Hey yo. Look, axes. Look at. Let me just copy this. Wait, if. Wait. In the look camera or in look? The look camera, right? in look. Look axis. Let me just see what. Okay, let's see. Maybe the problem is that I need to call this function inside the character and not from another script. Yes, I mean, I got the character pointer. And this is basically what I get, what I have. That's basically what I have.
Unreal Engine
Let's see
5
how this
missed
goes.
it. You can force new level and basic, and I'm gonna save this. Yeah, there you this. It's also one more and a path. We're gonna base quick class and by just typing player, and that will be our new folder name. You still use this button here. But we're gonna wanna see player, which we also have tutorial slash player slash player character.h. And if we save this, all the errors will go away. That's just an Unreal Engine bug. It will be fixed in the future, but that's the only bug you will encounter. You'll also see fill out your copyright notice. I will just delete those here. Now, it depends on your computer speed. If it's your first time compiling this project, it will start anything else. Class. I'm gonna save. Also gonna wanna move it to your player folder. I'm just gonna create one and move here and X out of this.
But you're not calling your camera. Look, you are only calling. Look. No, I have a state machine. And I call inside the state. Look. I'm calling this inside the state. And the states have a reference to the state, to the controller, and the controller has a reference to the player character. So it should be fine. And it's here. What? when you say what's IMC, the input movement controller, huh? No, this input mapping context. Yeah, but the thing is, because I'm using a state machine, there might be any one state that I don't want the player to rotate the camera, so I implement everything inside the states. That's why. Yeah, I was trying to see how this guy is doing.
We can see with a capsule component, mesh component, we also have an arrow component. What we're going to
This
want
guy
to do
suppose,
is we're going to add
something to
a camera, but instead of doing it here, we're going to code it in ourselves. So compile and save. And before we start anything else, click the 3 dots here and disable live coding. That's because we're going to compile everything ourselves inside Visual Studio to prevent. We're going to start Unreal Engine. This is begin player. This is called when the game starts. So this is when Unreal Engine starts. This is when the game starts. This is event tick. It is called every frame. And this is setup player input. This is called to bind a controller, keyboard or mouse to a function. And inside our header file, this is calling the constructor. This sets up our constructor. This sets up begin player. And the rest for these two. Public means that it can be called outside of the player class. So for example, we want to make take damage within our player. We're gonna want something outside of this player CPP file, for example, our enemy, to call that function. And protected is for anything within the player class. So for now, I'm gonna create our protected. We're going to create a camera component, and we're going to call it camera. So this is an object type, which is a camera component, and this is the object name. Now to set this up, we're going to need to give it some variables. So inside here, we're going to type camera equals create default sub object, and we're going to type triangle bracket, new camera component, close triangles. We're basically typing whatever we put here inside these triangle brackets, and then we need to give it a name. So that's text in all capitals, open another bracket, speech marks, and we're going to call it camera, or we can call it player camera, and then end this with a semicolon. And that's it created. So what we did was we said, alright, a camera is going to exist, and this is basically saying, alright, this is what the camera is going to do. So next, we need to put it somewhere. So we're just going to make camera arrow root component. We can see we have an arrow already. That's because we need in the include file underneath this one. It has to be underneath this one. Hashtag include camera component.h. And the reason I know this is because when I click here, control click and hover over this, we can see it says classes camera component.h. That is the include file we need, and we get an camera component.h. That is the include file we need, and we get an error here. That's because I typed this out wrong. Oh, we need to do setup attachment root component. And if you're worried about remembering this, just copy paste it and place it into your document where you can refer back to. So what this does is it gets the camera variable we got in the H file, it creates it as a component, it gets the component type which we have here, just copy paste it, and it gives it a name, and then it'll tell it where to go, it'll set it up, it'll set an attachment, and it will attach it to your player actor. So if we play this, and it'll be faster because we already did it a first time. The first time is always the slowest. And now that this is loaded up, we can go into your main map, and we can go to our player character and open full blueprint editor. And as you can see, we have our camera. We can't move it, we can't edit it, and the reason why is we haven't gave it permission to edit it. So how do we do that? Well, to give different variables different permissions, we need to type uProperty, and if it's a function, for example we do void die, it needs a ufunction. So what does this mean? What can we put inside this? Well, for now, all we need to do is edit anywhere. And we don't need a semicolon after this. What this does is, it's in the name. You can edit it anywhere. You can also do visible anywhere, which means you can't edit it, but you can see it. You can also do a comma and do blueprint read write, which means you can edit inside blueprint nodes. Or you can do read only, which means you can see it in blueprint nodes. But for now, we're just going to edit anywhere. So close this again and press this, and we can open our main map, and we can open up our player character, open full blueprint. And now we can see all of this information, and we can move the camera. We're gonna make it first person, so we're just gonna set it up where the head is. And let's say you want to edit something inside here. Inside C++, let's say we want to change use pawn control rotation, which we're gonna want to leave it enabled. Doing this, we type camera, do the arrow, get the name, which is use pawn controller rotation. So use pawn control rotation, here it is here, and we're gonna want to set this to true. And we can just compile this here. Since we changed the constructor, anything we change inside the constructor, you can press the compile button. Anything else outside of this here, use this green button. And if we go into the camera, we'll see this is set to true as default. If we disable it, we'll have this arrow to reset it to the default value. Now what I'm going to do is something really basic. I'm going to click settings, and we're going to click show engine content. So we can see this here, and if you click skeleton mesh asset, we'll have a really ugly player, but it'll work. And I'm going to move the camera back. We're just going to use this for an example. I'm going to move the camera back so we can see it. If you press player, it's not the player. We need to go into the player folder, create a blueprint class, game mode base, call it player game mode. You might want to open it up twice so we get this menu here. And the default pawn would be BP player character. We need to go into world settings, Windows, world settings, player game mode. If you press player, here it is, our player. So now, we save this, close it, we can remove this mesh now. We can move the camera back into the first person location. We save this, and we close it. Now we need some input. So to do this, inside our bind functionality, let's do jump for example. Player input, an arrow, no, player input component, what it says up here, an arrow. We're going to bind action, which is just a single button, and action when we renamed it. If you press calling set an input, f vector 2d input vector, and we're going to duplicate this and to move right. You'll see these green lines. Press control and dot and enter, and this will create this here. And I just realized we don't need to put this here if it's an axis. So just move forward this and then move forward function. Oh, I just realized the error. We want to make this float. And that should fix everything. We're going to duplicate this, move right, and move right. Make sure these names are the same as what we have here, and this is the same as what we have here. Okay, so to make this code work, to get the movement done, we need to get erection, the character function, the forward. Copy paste this here, and change it in the header file too. And I just realized I called this for direction. First tutorial, give me a break, alright? For this, we're going to do f vector right direction is equal to get active right vector. And add movement input, right direction, and input value. So what does all of this do? The F vector forward direction hits the forward facing direction, which is this arrow. It will add input, which basically it changes the character's location in the forward direction and the input value. Now if we check inside here, the input value will be 1 and -1. So if we press W, it'll be going forward, and S, it'll be going backwards. It's the same for this, except this gets the right direction. So if we close this, let's play. Alright, so now if we open up our main map and press play, we should be able to walk and jump. Now finally, we're going to want to move our camera. We need to go in Unreal Engine, create an axis mapping, turn camera, which will need to click here to mouse X, create another one, look up, which would be mouse Y. Now, inside here, we're going to want to duplicate this, turn camera, and simple. Make sure we have use pawn control rotation as true, otherwise this won't work. Now we close this, compile, true. Make sure we have
Just does that. Can I call the functions that rotate the camera inside another class sites character if I call the functions with a pointer the character let me try to add Ay. New property at anywhere. Camera. What is it? View camera components. Yep. components. Camera. Oh my god. Camera equals create sub default sub object with camera u camera component isn't this it engine? Wait, what do I need? Just a name? Yeah. Camera. No camera. Setup. To root this. Let me just check it again.
It's not simple. Make sure we have use pawn control rotation as into your main map. Have a camera. We can't move it. We can go up to your AR active. So
Setup attachment, okay. Setup attachment. Root components. Okay. Camera. How is it? Control rotation equals throw. Yeah. And here is the camera. I can't rotate the camera. What if? This should be fine. Let me try another thing. Player controller and player controller.age. Wait. He's doing all this. This is the player character. Void look. I'm just going to test if it works here. And it's going to be const f input action value. It does need to have this and value. Here, what is it? Add controller yeah inputs. Wait, value. F vector to the mouse inputs. Value dot get f vector to the mouse inputs dot x. Controller. Yes. Can this be the problem? Wait, let me test this. Was that an error? I also need Why? Let me debug. So, okay. Oh, it crashed when I tried to start. Huh. Why only here? Here also. Because I changed. No, I changed. Into here. Is that why? Maybe it cannot be here. Player. No viable function. Why? It's here. Let me close this. Oh, yeah, my bad. A TP player. Okay. So now I'm calling the loop function inside the player character, just to see if it needs to be inside the player character. It might need. If that's the case, yeah. Neither in here, Damn. So that's something else. Because now I call this inside the player character. So there's another problem. It's not just this. Let me reload this. Okay. Protection look. Huh? What the fuck? Now I'm moving with the mouse. What? Wait. What the hell? Oh my god. It doesn't move the camera. Come on. This camera component is placed on a pawn. Should it use the view control position of the pawn where possible? Yeah. And I have no idea. The camera isn't working. Creating the camera inside the character and using it in player movement controller class that I'm calling the functions that control the camera with a player character pointer. Yep. Yep. Yes. Let's view target. After this, I should search for an owned camera account to view through. Yeah. No. This was great, no, but it's not moving. Panel camera rotation checklist. Yep, this is already on. If you are using movement navigation logic. Okay, let's see. Rotation. Oh no, but this is the character. Man, what the fuck? What if I just hard codes something? Camera. No. Add. Controller yaw input. Here's that one. Will this run? If this doesn't work, something is not right. Okay, this works. So what? So this works, but I can't call. This is what I do inside the character. What is it called? The character controller. Inside the character controller. To assign the player the character pointer to the player movement controller, which is where I change the camera which is where I rotate the camera. Okay. One possesses. To ensure the character point is valid and assign, I recommend using the sun. I was doing that on begin play. Does it really need to be in on possesses? Possess. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's do this. Inside virtual web on possess quick definition. What? Huh? Okay. Void on ACPP player controller and possesses. How is it? Oh my god. In pawn. Okay, let's see. Okay. Nope, not yet. No. Oh, let me try another thing. Let me try to rotate with this pointer. Add all your inputs dot one. If the pointer is it's okay. This is supposed to rotate. Wait, not here. In tick. Okay, so it's supposed to rotate, right? It doesn't. And my player is okay. It says that the pointer is not null. So I just tried to rotate the player camera inside the character controller with the player pointer, and it didn't work. And I know that the pointer is not null. No AI allowed? No. Fuck off. Current surf pointer is definitely valid and the current is not rotating. The problem is definitely related to the current rotation flags. But it rotates if I try to do it inside. But it rotates if I try to do it inside the character class. Man, the camera rotation is not working. And it's pissing me off. In the game right now, huh? Oh, my friend. Oh, my friend. I just have the player movement. If the camera rotation works when the logic is inside the character class, but it fails when the exact same logic is called from the movement control class in a valid character pointer, then the problem is a context issue related to where the control believes the action is coming from. Related to component tick dependencies or execution order. It will be. Maybe not after the maybe not the game that's going to come in the game jam, but the game itself, it's going to be a game of the year. When you call player character, the player controller expects this call to come from a valid execution context. When it calls from a component, sometimes the internal logic order can cause the input to be registered too late or ignored. Man, you just need to hack my Notion. If you hack my Notion project, you're fine. The most common reason for this specific scenario is that your CPU player movement control is not correctly recognized as a part of the input system chain that is allowed to directly drive the control rotation. The fix, ensuring the control is the target. You need to ensure that the code is structured in a way that the player controller correctly receives the input signals, even if they are passed through a component. Fix usually makes the character component a bridge back to the controller, which is the call through the character. Instead of having your call the add controller directly on the character, you should have the character call the functions on his controller. Yeah. Do you like the Spotify pop-out in the live stream? Is it great? Yeah. Add a public function to the character that executes the input of its own controller. Apply lock input. Yeah, maybe. Indiana appella que. What the fuck? If I'm inside the character class, why would I do this? Makes no sense. Update the movement controller. Now your component calls this new function on the character. Oh, got it. Got it. But in here, I will just take this out. Okay, let me try doing that. That should work. Did you saw the video in the brush? No. What did they do? What have they done? Oil. They went to the house of Bishop Leo and sang and say o gajo não tem ido mais à praxe? Cantaram para caraças. Cantaram para a mãe do gajo para convencer a ir. Ai eu. Ai eu, mas tem que ir, amanhã é a praxe mais importante. Amanhã é a cena mais importante. Ok. Quando quiseres. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh meu Deus, mano. Oh my god. Não, mano, se o gajo não aparecer amanhã depois dessa, RIP. Foi. Disse alguma cena. Hum. And now I call this. Instead of doing this, I do player character, apply look, and give them mouse input. If this doesn't run, then I have no idea. Then I'm going to be real sad. Okay. Please. Man, let me let me debug this just to check if this is being called. Log temp warning text calling apply look inside character. No. What the fuck? Now let me also call this inside this. inside player movement controller. I already wanted to finish this, but I always have issues with something. Oh. No, but Ryder is working so great in here. Okay. Let's see. I'm moving the mouse. And now let's see the console. Calling look camera inside player movement controller and calling a player look inside character. But it's not applying. What the fuck? What the fuck? So the function is being called inside. Wait. What if? Let me try another thing. I'm going to hard code this. So to send with this and this. If this doesn't change, then because the problem can be with the mouse input. I'll debug it later. Man, this wallpaper changes dynamically. What the fuck? Moments ago it was blue. Okay, and it's not rotating. Is it because of this? If it is, I'm going to be sad. Yeah, because I remember that I asked the AI Studio because of creating variables like this and not specifying the type using class and only putting the include in the CPP file. Let's see. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Hell no. So the function is being called inside the character. Character, but it's still not applying the rotation. I don't really. I can't really find a reason for this. And now we will say, me too. Need to plan a project level configuration or a subtle component setup issue that is actually overriding the input. Let's assume the following are 100% true based on our previous conversation. The look function is in your movement controller. The core rotation logic is now I don't understand. let me first in here I'm going to debug the player pointer. So log temp warning texts. But if instead of custom this yeah. Let me see another thing. um, let's do player pointer apply look to the end. I will put like one. Let's see if something happens. Ay, guys. Maybe a problem might be that the player controller is not being processed by the character. Central processing the character then. But it's not a null pointer. That's the thing. Because it's not retrieving a null pointer, I think. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Oh, wait. No, never mind. It's disabled. Okay. Player 0. Save. Compile. Test. Wait, let me actually I mean, it was supposed to work. Come on. Fuck this shit. I'm fucking tired of problems like this. Oh my god, man. Okay. Inside this could be like the first tick of begin play. Okay, so it's and now inside the player controller can be after this here. Wait. Let me do another test. For example, inside the idle. As controller. I think it's the same. Progress. I've been stuck with the camera rotation. For some reason, the camera rotation is being overwritten, and I'm trying to fix that because the player pointer is valid and it's working fine, but every time I try to rotate the camera, it just gets overwritten. That's what I think. Really? Ah, hell nah. Uh, as I said, I'm I'm getting errors in the camera rotation. I can't rotate the player. Yep. No, it's from new object. Player. Um, uh, No. So I'm trying to change this way. Yeah. I'm trying to rotate, but it's not working. I had this before. Oh, I had this before directly called here with the player character before, and it doesn't change. Doing this to call inside of the character, it doesn't work either using this function. But if I try to call this inside of the player tick, it updates. Wait. Failed. What is this? Oh, I forgot to. Uh, Nothing. Nothing. What if I add this? Oh no. Inside this. does it need? You actor. Components. Yep. I can choose guess. Why can I move the player and can't rotate the camera? I mean, they all are using the player character. Do you think you'll continue with Unreal once you finish this? Yes. Because I want to increase my portfolio with game deving with C++. I just need time to learn these things. Yeah. uh, what if? Oh, now I can't even move. Why can't I even move? Ah, hell nah. No, I can't even move. Oh no. Okay. Yep. Rock your body, ta-da-da. Go for a ride. I'm sick. Fuck. Can I walk? No. Man, what the fuck have I done? That now I can't even walk. Oh no. Wait. I think I changed one thing in here. On. No, not this. Hmm. I think I changed something. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Because I'm Man, the player movement was working. What have I done? Man, I'm trying. But this doesn't make sense. I'm trying. Because if I go here in the character and manually update this is going to work. No, not here. What? Not even here? What? Nah, I broke this. What the fuck? Not even if I call this in here? Oh my god. Let me test one thing. Blueprint class character. Ah. You fixed it. You know where your friends... Huh? Oh, he went to sleep already. How can I set a... Oh, I can just... Never mind. Man, something is not working properly. Man, what the fuck? Man, uh, this is supposed to make the camera rotate, and it doesn't. Let me save. I'm going to build this again. Man, because this doesn't make any sense. Man, how doesn't this even... Let me try another thing. These banners. Fuck this. The thing is that I was making good progress. I was able to finish the player movement. It was working fine. I did that very fast. And then comes the fucking camera with the rotation. I've been trying to fix this for at least 3 hours. At least. Wait, what? Guys, I can figure this out now. I'm going to chill a little bit, rest a bit, and then I'll go back to this. But I'll end the stream now. So yeah, thank you guys. It was nice. We didn't make that much progress, but I'll look into it. So yeah, thank you guys, and see you guys